That looks like one spicy chicken. Sorry, I was waiting for the queue to pop in order to start, because last time we waited over an hour, and it never popped, so I was like, nah, we're getting the sucker before I even start streaming tonight. I didn't see that. It's hard to see where the AoEs are going to be hitting here. Hey, Ragson, how are you? Ah, this stuff. Well, you don't attack it, you just... Got Reaper down. Oh, this is Reaper Squad. We've got 3 of us here. I probably don't want to be right there in the middle. Nope. I wonder what the Phoenix would taste like. now, I just, like, what the hell? Where do I go with that? I gotta figure that out. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. One spicy three-headed chicken down. With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena. As you've told us, there is but one person in Asphodolus with the ability and authority to yield such magics. Though fortunate it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. A contemptible display as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the Phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creators, or I care to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. I'd hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas. Keyword Hesperos. Why? Why have you brought such chaos to our beloved Pandemonium? Pandemonium, pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand. Sort of reminds me of Shadowheart from Destiny 2. Oh, Eric Thonios. Must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you could muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you've never been one for insight. Why Master La Habrea suffers mediocrity I shall never understand. You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you. Too from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was that all a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? Those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. So this, Dracula-looking wannabe with Shadowheart from Destiny, I'm thinking that he's merged or been taken over by some sort of parasite from Pandemonium? Such wasted potential to be son to Master La Habrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. But of course, it's always about La Habrea. Silence! You are not worthy to utter his name. For once, be grateful to witness a feast beyond your meager abilities. Beyond your shallow reckoning, I have slipped the surly bonds of mortality. I have become one with our mythic creations, and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As a Hemethios shall I serve Master La Habrea, ever faithful unto the end of days. And he shall require no other. I think not. Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Eric Thonios is more capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of interment, both how to yield it and how to break free of it. Let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperos' mind, displaying his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master interment so quickly. To say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the Phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing. Where they fritter away their strength in calming the beasts as Asphodolus, I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, naught shall await them but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Eric Thonios. Even dullards have their uses. My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodolus himself. More than that revelation, however, Ericthonios worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever the keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve. Who wards the warders? Much as I am loath to disturb Ericthonios so soon after what just occurred, I am afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events concerning both the keyword and his father. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandaemonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess, a feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing that we have in common. Ah, so it is true. I'm La Habrea's son, bereft of his talent for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you hadn't practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long, it had to indicate some long-held connection with La Habrea. 'Twas La Habrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles. But that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Habrea. More specifically, my mother, who was a researcher there. You did speak of Athena, chief keyword for before La Habrea. She is your mother, yes? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You're the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Habrea had nothing to do with it. I see there's little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why. La Habrea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. And La Habrea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities. With nary a moment spared to mourn her. What a love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop of compassion then. Ah, I see. She is no longer with us. An expression to convey the end of a life. I have known only the public face of La Habrea. Well, he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances. I must admit that oft he comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Of course, there are more pressing matters at hand. After all, namely, how to deal with Hesperos. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, he'll be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to internment? That I would probably have to agree with. In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough merely to confine him after all he has done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it all truly so that he could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put Lahabre's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. Lahabre is the chief keyword of Pandemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win this favor? Doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters, or to be too dangerous to allow him quarter? I really don't care either way. Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well. Let us try Eric Thonios' plan. Thank you. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesper spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Vrikalokas, a beast which feeds off the ether of its prey. Likely, that is the creation Hesperus merged his essence with. And we know all too well that he cannot change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one. But I believe in our victory. We also have a card we need to draw because there was a follow that was happened off stream for a baked goldfish 1125. Apparently, he's a coworker of a friend of mine who is also a streamer, and so he's like, hopefully, we'll see more of him. I should say them because I don't really know whether they're male or female. Oh, that was fast. While we're waiting, let's draw that card. We drew tiny shadow people as the card for his scrapbook entry. Okay, we got a new pet. A new minion. Now, Themis, we end this here. Fools, I will not be put in chains. To think that I'd fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception, they shall return to the star with me. You are wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. I remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity. How did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperos? You are better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandemonium. You had La Hebrea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek that you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides? He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty in the end. He lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperos's infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate had chosen you, and not him, to be La Hebrea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become that he sought verboten power, power that La Hebrea would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing. I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing. Perhaps that signifies not but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you true. How it is so desperate to wish their light would fall upon us again. But we have spent time assuming the intention of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperos' magic is fading throughout Asphodolis. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? Who knows, but I'm certainly going to try. What is this presence? Ericthonius, what lies beyond that threshold? That's the passage which connects Asphodolis to Abyssus. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodolis is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. A warding sigil. How? Let's return to the gates for now. I should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandemonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions, but could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague and that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the result of a panicked mind. You are made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It's possible that this same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments, for more potential hemathoi. If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues are doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart, yes? Ericthonios, Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells me that the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hematheos, then the rest of the warders are still likely alive. However, much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through. With the creation still having free reign of Asphodolis, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can yield interment magics within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that? Then nothing's stopping us from returning order to Asphodolis? Just so. I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement. However, you are Asphodolis' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? Just too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandaemonium, then I'm not above asking La Habrea for help should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos's actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed further with the utmost caution. To that end, Eric Thonios and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodolis. You should take this time to rest. Surely you are weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Themis' burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wheresoever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense. You owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we're able to come this far. Elsewise, we'd have likely succumbed to the hippocampus's assault. Each of us have arrived at this dire pass by separate paths. But it's only by combining our respective expertise that we'll reach the end of it and see Pandaemonium saved. Thank you, Themis. Hesperos's words seem to have affected me more than I realize. Together we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow illusion their rest. Besides, you have someone waiting a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Welcome. Back from the past, none the worse for wear, I see. So what did you find? So there's evil afoot in Pandaemonium. An already ominous place. I must say, mythic beasts and missing wardens. Truly we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice illusion heard from the crystals spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed, it could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, ilm by ilm, we shall unveil that mystery. With the help of illusion, of course. By her actions was the fabrics of the past reshaped. Yet she returns to the same present she left. which can only mean one thing: that her intervention in Pandemonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. There's no telling what consequences would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beast that rose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I have asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue work in Pandemonium? Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there is aught we can do to ease your burden, you need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return to the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. Ah, it shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. And as matters in Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into its critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Melanie is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here and she will be glad to offer services. We know researchers in numerous fields that love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras, and would give you goods in return that should aid you in the trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, Nimjiji has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental. Something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor nor assurance than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there's anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we shall find it. We shall not rest until we've unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you'll be the first one to know when we do. Six, five, five, six. wanted to thank you personally for your contribution to our research. Your stories of the ancients' creations have planted the seeds of a great many theories. I cannot wait for them to flourish. Oh, so this is unlocking the Savage tier, as it looks like. No, no, you really don't. Yeah. Claudian's eyes are brimming with the excitement of discovery. Illusion, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Ah yes, of course, my apologies. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning. With the crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown, they cried out for deliverance from a pandaemonium. Where the agents kept volatile creations under lock and key, you yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beasts and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Erichthonius, was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodolos. But the greater threat remains. In the depths of the pandemonium, a presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Yeah, it is. Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memory stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us? Or will illusion grace us with their presence? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusino, namely to see all the secrets which lie nestled within Pandemonium where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? I think that's exactly what he means to do. Well, yes. That would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served to only convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal would seem to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, it may be best to return to Pandemonium as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There is something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the Ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into these records may shed light on creatures Illusion has yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only their strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. The last two flight quests in this area are somewhat our quest lines, so it's like I haven't gotten around to filming them through yet. They're my list of things to do, it's just not gotten to it yet. You seek records of Pandemonium's creations? Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives. But perhaps instead I'll dress for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we. For I have undone the warding sigil, blocking the entrance to Bissos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Ericthonius' capacity to keep watch over Asphodolus while I'm away. He works diligently to master internment, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it will not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the Naos at Pandaemonium. Forgot where I was. Okay. As I have pondered our expedition to Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erichthonius were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter took to his father with bald hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equal in the larger pictures of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There are many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my question so remember the words of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed, in particular I wish to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it simply to be a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of their creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot but feel that the Academia Niter would have been a more fitting locale. What does the Elpis have that cannot be found there? Those are fitting questions, and one we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed to even submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change. And in fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea, such authority is reserved for the Chief Keyword, and he has taken upon himself to step into that role. So, if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority. I know not what you are suggesting, but the keywords also held some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit, as of late, their communication has been somewhat sporadic. But we recently received a report from one of the keywards stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Aye, and are you certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That'll be all for my prying. And I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well, a blatant line so that we both can attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report. But 'tis plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. I cannot guess as to why this false report has risen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hands and would be remiss to leave Ericthonius at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares? Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add, begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must. But with control of Asphodolus wrested from my grasp, simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course, the wisdom of La Brea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor taught those students struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Brea. At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate designed to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall take pride in that and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What? What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of your ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you... Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I am no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperus low. Even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are no worthier subjects to contend with. Thank you. If you hadn't shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall over familiar creation and keyword alike. Eric Thurn is certain he knows the identity of Pandemonium's assailant. And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation, the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny. Even as it provides him the authority to yield dangerous magics, it may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the motion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this? Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples, if it brings his goals closer in reach. That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, The impression you left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. That's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. Law of Hebrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandemonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Ericthonius' side, in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. Abyssos, the fifth circle. Oh, I gotta go spend tomes. I didn't realize I was out of space. Titan bow sells for at least a decent amount, oh. What is that called? Not sure which one of these. God damn it. There we go. Okay, so the Titan Moboa skin is my best moneymaker, it looks like. Actually, let's go back to Radzat Han and spend some of our better tomes, it looks. So I need boots. I need to start getting accessories. It's like I know there's a mender around here somewhere. Actually, wait, before I put up anything else for sale. So don't sell the durium sand. Got it. Okay, there we go. All that's in. bunch of stuff added to my gift throne gifts. Music's suddenly changed up. Oh wait, it's not. It's a different thing. Proto Carbuncle. So this is what Carbuncles originally looked like. Doesn't even look close to being like a carbuncle. Oh, good, I won that. Didn't win that. Didn't win that. So at that point, we can just go feed on everything. Until we get something. So I'm not really too concerned with what I ever get from that. Those, it's just like, I'll take whatever I can get. I mean, I'll try to prioritize certain things. But it's like, I'm not rerunning just to get something specific. I will do it once, and I will just take whatever I get. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Eric Donios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long. But I believe we can forgo introductions unless I have misread you. A charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether and an unfamiliar composition besides. It's of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I'd advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Eric Thonius' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Eric Thonius. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies' protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Eric Thonius, wait. There is a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea that I know took pride in the Convocation, and would never suffer its denigration. You sully this station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? Lohabray and I are hardly see eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real Lohabray would never call me by the name Themis. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Imposter! You have no right to claim that form, that mask. What? Who? Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of Lohabray, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and yield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on you, which you so despise. Such trite provocations, I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Erichthonios, listen well. I am Hephaestus. It is I whom you should call father. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order. Elidibus, let us return to safety so you may provide it. Oh, that sounds more like the Lohabray I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As Lohabray said, I am Elidibus, one of the Convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it is necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. This is reassuring to hear. The burdens we bear are heavy enough without adding a grudge to their weight. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as Lohabray suggests and return to the gates. We can speak there. As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azim and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I am sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak to you, my friend. Although neither Azim nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you came with her highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to self was out there amuses them to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mr. Vanah, who held the position of Zem previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself that made the decision to trust you all the easier. She, too, now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I'd be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. 575. Eric Thonius is resolutely avoiding his father's eye. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I'd hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that you called himself La Habrea? And why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azem and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation, for a time that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation, not without good reason at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. 'Tis not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. What you say is true. What purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry. A reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster unto our star. As Chief Keyword of Pandaemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium, if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Ericthonus' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azem and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That's precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. 'Twas the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No. You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Illusion has stood against. Illusion, is it? A being of such ether as I have never seen. What are you? She is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. That's brilliant. Elidibus the emissary may speak on your behalf. Should he judge our approach the more sound, even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight, you understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, we've walked with us all this time. Seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then, in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying the pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness the illusion's might and Erichthonius' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there'll be no objection to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium? You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Illusion, come find me when you're finished. Erichthonios is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. That was a long-ass speech. You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Habre would have carried out his plan without a second thought. Well, first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds. The other keywords did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if Pandemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words. The truth of my mother. While La Habre was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habre that dealt the fatal blow. We've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think? Does La Habre, have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? This age? Just how long has it been since you last met him? Regardless, I'd like you to try and view him as he is now. Another opinion would be much appreciated. But, as it pains me, there is much to consider. Thank you. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us. And seeing as though we would require every advantage we can afford. Illusion, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have special interest in your capabilities, and may deign to help at your suggestion. If only to see what you can do. Really need a drink. Eric Thonios appears to have deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to a Zim. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. A Zim never ceases to surprise. The previous Zim was much the same, and taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions in people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of a Zim's nature is its tendency to infect all those she comes into contact with. Emmett Selk said much the same. Trespass shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it? Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keyword's reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they've been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegemon, key ward of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I know her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there's something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into Hemetheos, doubtless against her will. Illusion, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if not, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Eric Thonios. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. Let us get a drink. Some water would do me good. My parents visited. They emptied one of my water jugs and didn't refill it. This disappoints me. There we go. Now I know that's a little early to be going over this, but tomorrow night we'll be doing one of three things. 7 Days to Die with Zell, Stardew Valley with Zell and anyone else who wants to join us, or if Zell's not available tomorrow night, we'll be playing Pokemon. The new one. At least that's the plan. I might still be able to make a profit off that. Nope, not who I wanted to bring out. Oh, my phone ran out of power. That's why it beeped. Didn't really beep, it just vibrated. It's all over the place, so. Well, we were starting to get into those degenerate hours, so. My phone, yeah. I knew at some point someone would have to be at some obscene price. Just not any up. Ah, I missed the S. That's why it didn't work. Ah, what? No, wait. 10,000? I'm not buying 24 of them. This character poor. I didn't even. Okay, there we go. Didn't get what I wanted, but got something. We've won! The keyword is sealed away and alive this time. La Brea can't deny us now. Yes, he can! He most certainly can. Ericthonius seems eager to dispel La Brea's doubts. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. The Hegemony has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to yield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Hemotheos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, or for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandaemonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. As long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can appraise his companions. That's something that illusion in them theme has taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path and to act before that path lies closed to us. Then tell me, what is it you hope for? To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandaemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandaemonium again. You are capable, that much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle, this is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Eh. Thank you, Ericthonios. I've already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that foolish bragging about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother? Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool? You, who murdered your wife in service of your ambition? For the sake of the star, no doubt. I can hear it again. That voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus, father, mother, oh I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you. No, listen not. Listen not, Ericthonios. Apologies, you taught me that a calm heart stays the course. But I could never even grasp the rudder. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Ericthonios, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. 'Twas but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Ericthonios himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? As I thought, someone was trying to warn Ericthonios, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywords? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Ericthonios past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Ericthonios is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. way forward is clear. La Habrea, pray tell us you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandemonium is called Tartaros. And your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold. That, I expect, is where illusion shall shine. Her dissolute ether shall allow her to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. Then time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erechthonios. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there's the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erechthonios' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel its still greater pain. How dare you? No, you are right. The blame for Erechthonius' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well, I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining keyword is Agdistis. She has served in Pandemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdistis. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with the ground on which to fight, and phantom allies to aid you. As for the interment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Interment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense Agdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemony. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. I was not done in Limsa. Okay. Nope, not the one place I wanted to teleport to. I'm competing with someone that's not going to be a good spot to try and level. So we got to find another spot. If you don't have to compete, then it's just not going to be worthwhile. Neither one of you is really going to get much of anything. Seriously. Ah, these will be even better. should be more experience. They might hit a little harder though, but I mean, not a perfectly ideal situation, but ah, there we go. The fuck is this thing? I got all that just in time. Yep. Timing was poor. My timing specifically was poor. I had that the wrong angle. I was almost good. So close to having been good there. Oh, we lost both healers on that. I don't think we can pull it off. We'll be nice to be done and we can move on. But I don't take much. We're down to just one DPS and one tank. Oh, we got it. Okay. The moment Agdistis was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. 'Twas almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a keyword would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo... If only I could restore Tartarus to order. But I'm afraid that this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It's been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, keyword Agdistis. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spell, even diminished as you were. 'Twas not an easy task. Even with your aid, his curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus I am able to appear before you now. Even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands, some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report, that was you. Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There's something you must know. That the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master La Habrea, but the story must be told. 'Tis the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erichthonios. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus. No, the mask marks him as La Habrea. Master La Habrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Ericthonios? My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. It would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burned to keep his mother safe. Ericthonius believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burned with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools, to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me. Or with him, should he merely hate me. He will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star from his parents' shadow. Ericthonios loved his mother more than life itself. And yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word, a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Ericthonios, I hope. Thank you, Agdistis. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike up us here. If I get words right today. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Agdistis was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments, that she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I can think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. La Habre would speak further of Athena's fate. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erechthonios could handle the weight of such betrayal, after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating Theoi. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Erechthonios to safety, in accordance with Agdistus's last wish. Very well. I can at least assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend pandaemonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge. The Black Heart of Tartaros, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. La Habrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Illusion's phantom warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartaros would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal with the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There is no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before? The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he yields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. Kill some more of these sheep here while waiting for the queue to pop. Another level gained for Blue Mage here. Now we just got a couple different quest lines to go through and do on stream, and I mean after we finish this. And Well, I didn't want your input, but sure. This one's certainly taking a little while. I think this might be the one that takes the longest tonight. Okay. While we're waiting, we'll go back right on back over here. Oh, so we're going getting Marauder up. Oh, hey, just need one more tank, and we're good. Okay. We lost our one tank. And we lost one of the healers. on, change so I can go into the thing.
Ericthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Is that so? Perfect imperfection? Interesting.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. From fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight! Leave naught but ash in your wake. Let seep sorrow into your heart. I tire of this farce.
I don't care whether you're tired of it or not.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are prey to be consumed. Perish in flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. From fulgent flame my servants rise. A fitting death. I shall see my wish fulfilled. You will know my rage.
shit. Ah, damn.
Sear flesh from bone.
I got out just in time.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. Out of my sight! Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are prey to be consumed. Perish in flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. From fulgent flame my servants rise. Let's seep sorrow into your heart.
Ah, well, damn.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
I mean, normally not if I can help it.
You will know my rage.
Oh, shit.
Who praying before a god?
When did I stop to pray? Ah, there's no time for that in a fight.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. A fitting death.
Okay, I see. So dragon is metal, phoenix is the sides. Okay.
From fulgent flame my servants rise.
The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error. When out of mercy I can find you here, now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Hebrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition, and bring Erechthonios' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Erechthonios, he knows not what his wish would beget. A truth which you would have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? My wish? You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Erechthonios. beyond how he could serve her ends. You came to be acting in his interests, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and will not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You who are not but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, then who? How do I? I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever, in La Hebrea, I will have my say. He's like, wait, what shit? How? His mind was mine. I can't explain. Illusion's words reach me through the haze. They ring loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've endured much worse. You worthless, you... Ah! It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. You did well, son. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return to Erechthonios above. That he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understated his adeptness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. La Hebrea is looking at Erechthonios with concern. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing, it appears your body is none the worse for wear. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? No, not really, we're not. I see. Despite his muddled senses, Ericthonios felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Habrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed, he was not but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away. A mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale, of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me? I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here, and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while you can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone have the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we have ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was bored not soon after. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me, and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandaemonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandaemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandaemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Aegdistus to keep watch from Tartarus's vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best to see with your own eyes. Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Agdistis forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Eric Thonios, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time has come, I will have you know the why of it. Then you will not desist? Once you understand what's driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware. But did you not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child? You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer. Impossible. You bonded your souls? Aye, that the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into the higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the self-same fervor. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption of my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. 'Twas my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as La Habrea. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Garum and Emmett Selk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul, and in hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would reason to resort to such measures, and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should, yet in truth he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself up high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me, even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habre I know had a fatal flaw after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not. The La Habre I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say... Thank you, Hephaestus. I've heard enough. There is more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandemonium's gate. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. I owe you an apology, Illusion. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, also, you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, then I would have never known La Habrea's story, my father's story. 'Twas a tale I too was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with the Zim upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this she foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that. Elidibus, so long as you retain control of Pandaemonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartarus, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must really learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, but this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origins until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There's another. While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company and the Zem was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandaemonium. Then why would they not make themselves known? Even now, no threats remain. Perhaps one of the other warders, we shall quest them after they are freed. This task may take some time. A resource I'd rather not steal more from you. Turn at your leisure, and we will share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us, and continue upon your journey. Or if you're so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journey smacks of a Zim. As well it should. She has pledged to keep moving until she has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. He may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. Why, if it is an illusion, excuse me if I'm not on my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudian had commissioned for his search was lost some time ago, and now we have quite lost track of where he might be. And to make matters worse, NIMGG has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to see the elitioscope. In fact, please, you must come with me. What is that? Is it real? I would say it very much is. Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Well, you're not wrong. And you too. Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it. As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. You're not going to like it. Well, the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern. These details are alarming. The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Az's Law, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination. A rash endeavor even for Claudian. But he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. As for the unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, pandemonium was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here. Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We're left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conveniently, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do. Pandemonium's pitiless spires justice, I can only wonder. If the facility itself traversed the ages, did the creations within do the same? What are the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I am sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortuno's asked and write the report. As for you, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. Yeah, probably. And we're just going to skip that. And now we've unlocked all the Pandemonium raids. I'd like to thank everyone for coming in here tonight and joining us. Like I said, tomorrow we'll either be playing Pokemon 7 Days or